One moment. Oh, wait. I've forgotten something. I knew I'd forget something. Which is that I left my microphone behind my tablet. I'm a pro. 1 second. That should do it. Okay. I think I'm ready. Ah, yes. Neat. And just like that, a plane goes over. Because of course it does. Hi. Hola, Elvis Tech. You woke up early today. That's awesome. Oh, right, I'm still blushing. I've been smiling like an idiot for reasons which have nothing to do with anything that I was doing before I started the stream. Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing to do with anything related to this guy. Not at all. Nope. Absolutely not. But hey, it's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And if I remember to... yeah, grab my controller. Can you be a plushie too? We shall see, Elvis Tech, we shall see. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. 'Cause I took Monday off after I went to the pop festival on Sunday, and I was very, very tired afterwards. So I didn't get to talk about it on stream. Or do the other half of Deltarune Chapter 2. But it was fun. It was a very small festival, but there were lots of cosplayers. Lots of really cool costumes. Like, one guy was dressed up as one of the dudes from Daft Punk, and the helmet lit up. Yeah. Actually, there was someone else that was dressed up. She was cosplaying as like she was a character from Astro Boy who had like a clockwork key in the back of her head. And she had her sword light up too, and it was really cool too. And there were a pair of cosplayers doing Freddy and Bonnie from FNAF 1, and those were incredible. Those were amazing. But yeah, Astro Boy, which was quite the deep cut. I was like, that character seems familiar. Have I seen her on Yu-Gi-Oh, perhaps? But no. It was so good. Anyway, yeah. I had a good time. They had actually at the front of the place, there was this donut stall. Oh my god, those donuts? Because like I bought 3 of like different flavors. Those donuts were the nicest donuts I've ever tasted. even like several hours later, I'd left them on my desk because I'd brought them home. And I'd left them to cool down. They were still so soft. So like fluffy. Oh. If they put up a shop somewhere in town, I would want to go there every time for donuts. Anyway, let's get back into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Infinite Donuts hack download APK 100% real, no fakes. You wouldn't download a donut. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Whoa. That's pretty crazy. Ryunosuke. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh, forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Looks at the 9 more cases after this one. Who's this guy? This is Kazuma Asogi. Here, I'll put up his thing. I'll put up his profile. Kazuma Asogi. He is Ryunosuke's best friend. And also a defense lawyer. He's helping us out because last week Ryunosuke was accused of murder, and this is why they're in court, to prove that that was not what happened. This is before or after Phoenix and Miles? Oh, this is long before. This is like the turn of just before the turn of the 20th century. That long ago. This is ancestors. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Ah yes, we have a phantom lady to meet. This is old Phoenix. Kind of, yeah, this is... We are playing as Phoenix's great-great-grandpa. Miss Jezaille Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, we believe you now, Ryu. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Oh yeah, and last week I thought something weird was happening with my ears. It turned out that was the case. 'Cause something was weird with the movement. But I adjusted a few things, and it seems like they're doing better. I even fixed some of the physics, so now the tips of the ears actually kind of move. Maybe not enough. I should jiggle with that later. Jiggle with the jigglies. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Sounds like a lot of work. It was definitely scary at first, rigging a model for the rigging this model, not this model, but like the very first model that I made. Because I didn't know what I was doing, and I had no what's the word? Estimate of, like, the amount of work it would take, how much time it would take. But when you do it, when you do it more, and you practice, and you get better at it, it gets easier. It's like lots of things. Oh, did I miss a bit? Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Yeah, so this is a picture of Ryunosuke when he picked up the gun. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. I assume this is... Yeah, old mate. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. What? Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? He did, yeah. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMaine. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Aye, boy. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? I just want you to know. Thank you, really. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Maybe more? Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Come on! Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I'd like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Oh, I am so lightheaded. Already. 12:09 p.m. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Alchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So who's the Von Kaba of this era?
He's not in this case, but we'll meet him in the next one. His name is Barak Van Ziegs.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I was thinking of Edgeworth. No. The Von Kama of this era, I can't remember. I didn't get far enough into the second game to find that out, honestly. So when do we get... I hate Von Kama, but I like Franziska.
Yeah. Sadly, there's not a Franziska equivalent in these games. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Como?
The hell is a stripling? Sorry, I'm gonna consult my dictionary. 'Cause I've...
Happy time zone. Hi, Kaskia. How you doing?
I'm just taking a second to consult my dictionary. Because I have no idea what the word stripling means. I have an idea.
Doing well. That's great. How about me? I'm doing okay. A little bit rough, but it's getting better. Had a good time at the pop culture festival that I went to. So lots of really cool costumes. Okay, a stripling is a young man just reaching maturity. Archaic. Sometimes humorous. And in horticulture, it is a seedling that has had most of its leaves stripped off. Fascinating. Okay.
Sorry. Sumimasen. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Is that a typo? Oh, okay. So it can mean... So founder can mean as a verb to... Verb? Verb to fall and or stumble or fail. To sink in terms of ships. Ah, cool. I learned something. I don't get it. That's okay. I thought it was a typo on flounders. But no. Actual old styley word. Again, terribly sorry. Sumimasen deshita. Moshiwake arimasen. I think is the... If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. So yeah, around the turn of the 20th century, or just before, Great Britain and Japan had a treaty in real life, signed up, but then it fell apart not long before? When was it? When did that happen? It was before the Great World Wars.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
You do know something about that? Yeah. Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Oh yeah. I looked up the kanji on Archie's fan. I forgot to check the kanji on his vest. Because that's the kanji read as "ah" by itself, I think. And I believe that's actually the first kanji in Aochi. It's also in words. It's used in like a lot of Japanese Japanese references, but references to like Japan or Japanese things like the Akita Inu. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. You're learning Japanese, but you don't know how to read it. Is it easy? It is not easy, actually. Because there's 3 different alphabets, technically. I say alphabets. Loosely. I use the term loosely. Because you have 3 different writing systems in Japanese. And I can read 2 of them. 2.1 of them. I can recognize some kanji, but not all of them. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student.
and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Ah! Yeah. Whoa.
Oh yeah, still in Romaji type. Using Romaji type for learning the words and the meanings. Yeah. Sometimes I forget like what the hiragana says, or at least I can look at it and be like, okay, that's what that says, and then I'm like, wait, does that say that? Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
But I did a lot of playing around with like Vocaloid and vocal synths in my high school years and beyond. So I have a little bit of edge in that. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezaille Brett.
Yes,
Finally.
Your Excellency!
If I didn't study same with English, if I didn't study or exercise a little, I forget the words and how to write a proper sentence. Yeah.
Ooh! Big hat! Bird hat! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan! And from such a distant land!
Oh, I hate that face. I hate that face. It's creepy. It reminds me of the mask salesman. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So,
Yes, the man from Ocarina of Time, the happy mask salesman.
could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
English is my first and only language, and I still forget words. True. I forget my English words all the time, as I have demonstrated time and time again. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me.
But also good time zone, Quibsby.
That's right. I almost forgot. Yesterday/today, depending on your time zone, it's still the 13th of Friday. It's still the 13th Friday. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you are sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
you. It's Saturday. 7 a.m. Gosh, that's early. 7 a.m. is so early.
Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Sorry? Could you say that again?
You wake up at 6 a.m. to watch my streams? Holy moly! That's amazing. Wow. What? That's so early. Dang!
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Jezaille Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Ymir University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
Oh boy.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Yunosuke. Stream is worth it, so it doesn't matter if it's early.
Damn, I appreciate that though. Wow.
The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Oh, God. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining here with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Odd. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Speaking in Japanese, but we're reading in English.
We just have the special... We've got the special translation, mabibbies.
What is it, that little fishy from, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think?
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Well, crap.
Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
Hon no Taki.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I do love the fake font that they're using for English. First position, water respiration. What?
Okay?
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Oh, the water breathing, of course. From Demon Slayer.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
What an odd thing to say!
Yes!
This is a condemning test.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Gah!
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Ah, but he's so annoying!
True, but still. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I beg to differ, sir! Big puffy hat? Big floofy buttress? Full-length skirt?
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. They read my mind. Again.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
Does she have a goose in the hat? I think it's a swan. It's Duck Detective's ex-wife, perhaps. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Well, that's some poor darnering. Fire your tailor. Hire one that will give you pockets for guns. It is a swan. Yeah, S-W-A-N. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah! That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! Ryunosuke! What? What? Sir! No! Down, boy! Do not think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. Swain Daddy Swain from LOL. I don't know what that is. You'll have to give me some context on that one. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so... Oh, League of Legends, of course, yep. I've never played League of Legends. I will never play League of Legends. So I'm gonna have no context on anything. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Yep. You're doing right. Keep doing that. I will. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Oh. Oh, I need to take a breath. Arranged to meet for a late luncheon. With Dr. Wilson.
Yes!
Yes! Hi! After 2 p.m, in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right?
No. I was about to say, with Hosonaga leaning in, just like, are they on Vogue? Are they really? No.
Oh,
A decisive English no has quite the sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Wilson the ball, or Wilson the doctor? The Dr. Wilson. But not the Wilson from House MD. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Yeah? So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
A beefsteak. A steak. A vistek. You're in the game.
seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
It's you! It's you, Elvis Tech. There you are!
So that would mean...
Yeah, there you are!
that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly it was left. As it was, left after the horrifying events.
I'm part of the case! OMG, Mom, get the camera!
Exactly as it was left.
Oh dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
All right, would you like to get your lips off the floor? So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It does feel meaningful. It feels pertinent, even.
Yep. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. More at 11. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. It's a little sympathetic, Archie. I'm going to remember that one. Or do you mean he's pathetic? Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and we said cheers over carbonated water.
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective.
He still poured the drinks, my dude.
And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett. The for steak. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Ryokai. Okay. It's curious. Beefsteak in Spanish is bistec from the pronunciation, so it's like a multi-language joke. Ah, of course.
Yes!
That's it! Ryunosuke gets the joke too! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. It's to do with this photographic print! Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says.
Slap.
Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Yes, where everybody knows your name. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Oh,
Gasp.
you're quite right, Counsel. There is only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
Slap.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying.
Good gracious.
Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before. This is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No! This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
Ooh, a handbag.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well,
I don't know, really. Kazuma, are we in agreement? If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put that glass in her handbag, you say?
yes, do try to keep up. Quiet, you. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Ah, and what is a pistol but a small item? Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag.
Slap.
In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezaille Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not.
Sir!
As I thought.
Inspector!
In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Professor Alchi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Oh dear. Oh, poor baby. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, it was a sorry situation.
Clearly you have no faith in the police.
Huh?
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary? In what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic print.
It's see-through.
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting.
Ooh, a little scar. Or is that a birthmark?
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I'd never. You could see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Excuse me. Ah!
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Sir, please don't smile at me like that when you've just shot a case in the foot.
Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel.
Ugh.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
No! Not yet! Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No! No! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Even Kazuma. Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite the fight for a rookie student. But the weaker meet while the strong doth eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. You shush. You don't know what true justice is, my dude. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Well, hold on. We're still waiting on a young lady who's faster than a bullet train. And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. Aibo.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? Oh, plane's going over. 1 sec.
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report for the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ugh.
Prick!
There, I finished your sentence for you.
Yes!
What'd he say?
I was focused elsewhere. Wait, Your Excellency! What did he say? Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Okay, he was about to rule. Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Hey!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
Oh, this is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print! All it shows us is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Huh? My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
Huh?
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect.
Whoa! Oh, I like that animation.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print that Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see this significant detail to which you've alluded.
Just give me one moment, because I'm gonna do a go with something. That's right. Photographs don't let you do the... I'm fairly certain it's this.
Yes!
Yep. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me! I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Well, clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Huh? Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark.
Yeah.
However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent, on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Absolutely not. Not if I have anything to say about it.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you'd allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case.
Excuse me.
This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Nope, that's not it. It was this one. This one. Yes. Yahoo!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
No, it's the same one from before. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Oh, do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind. Miss Brett? You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. Boy, huh? If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This?
Yes!
Questo. The beefsteak? The steak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh!
Me? You, Elvis Dick. Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why? Doshite?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. Unless... I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
He was working there. It doesn't matter.
There you have it! Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. I've burnt myself on a stovetop once. As a kid, and I remember feeling a lot of pain from that.
There's no question of that. I've also had oil spit up onto, like, my forearm once. And that left a mark that stayed for a few weeks, at least. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day...
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Archie? Oh, well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Gasps.
I almost don't believe it.
Ryunosuke, do you think? Yes, Kazuma. For this one moment, I am thinking. It feels great, I think. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... Sorry. I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap! A mouse trap! There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's another heavy plane going over. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already?
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student! But clearly he has no grasp of the facts!
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Archie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? Yeah. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett. But you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Ah!
Gasp.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Nihongo hanashimashita ka?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. Mochiron desu.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue. The Queen's English is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Ah, that's a lie if I've ever heard it. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Well, this lady's clearly a jerk already. Petapaka. Wah-wah. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. How dare you insult Hosonaga right next to him? So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Stop trying to kiss her ass, dude. You look silly. You're embarrassing yourself.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Ma'am. Ma'am. You say English is the most elegant language, and yet here we have evidence of otherwise. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Shut up, my lady! Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's blood is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh God, and she's a Christian. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer just then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Uh-huh.
If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Yes, you said that the last time you said that would be the final thing. But yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. I'm kind of curious about this.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although? Oh, he looks so sad.
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. Huh? I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the courtroom, it means bless you. Yes, that's exactly what it means.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway,
as far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
speak on that, will you?
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But that doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead by that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. I keep calling him Professor. I think because I miss Professor Layton.
Professor!
Ah! Oh, you know what would be incredible if all of the Professor Layton games were put onto Steam. I doubt it will ever happen, for real. But what if it did?
What if it did? If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please show me. Do we have anything that can be?
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. At least, leaves no trace that can be identified during the late 19th century. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior?
What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes it takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. That scared me. That startled me. I forgot that this was a mechanic. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Poison? Perhaps. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Why he coughed blood? Because Inspector Hosonaga is not well, to put it as far as I'm aware, at least. Haha, killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. And also, he noticed something that she said was, something caught him off guard, certainly, while she was talking. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. No, unfortunately, he isn't. I very much doubt that. He's debasing himself. And also debasing the integrity of his own country. To make one jerk of a lady. To please one jerk of a lady. Who will not be pleased.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. In fact, I don't think she's ever had a moment of happiness in her life. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yes. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Yes. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
No idea how the poor man burnt his wrists, blah blah blah. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace.
Yes!
Hey! Inferior? What do you mean?
Wait! Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Perhaps because this is a visual novel and we only have the stuff that's pre-programmed. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
Lost in thoughts, all alone.
It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought.
Gladly!
I mean, what? Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? The what? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the statement. This handy-dandy video shall explain further. How are you doing that, Kazuma? Don't worry about it. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, then take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. In a minute. Alright. pursue him with the button and see what's on his mind. Here we go! Ittekimasu.
Wait.
Ikimashou. Hey, there we go. Took it a minute.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! 失礼します!
Ah! What the? I was just. I'm so sorry.
申し訳ありません.
I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts.
Deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector.
He was lost in the sauce.
Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. Oh, excuse me.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. Yeah, but he's also on the stand. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yeah. Slap.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak.
Hello, Mithrim. How you doing?
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga...
You've been better, yeah. I had a bit of a rough week too.
Always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done.
A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example.
Is that...
This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now.
And you left it open?
Either that or it was a very holdy cork. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone else says.
Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Oh boy, time to investigate it.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Okay. Alright, let's check this battle. What's it say? Not great that my hookups. How was my pop festival? It was good! The pop culture festival? Really good! Lots of interesting stalls that were there. Lots of really good costumes that people were coming in wearing. Yeah, it was a good time. And there was a really nice like drinks stall at the front and like a donut stall that did fresh made donuts, and that like I had some and I think they were the best donuts I've eaten. I didn't end up like buying anything really aside from like lunch, because like I have no money. But my sister, she got herself a 3D printed phaser gun from Star Trek, because she the night before she finished her crocheted she crocheted her own blue shirt from Star Trek, and she wore it on the day. The label is written in a foreign language I don't recognize. Yeah. I managed to get some pictures of like... Oh, actually there was a really cool stall that had like custom made like animal masks, and there were a couple that were like jackalopes. And I would have killed for one, but the ones that I were most interested in were like $100. And I do not have that kind of disposable income. So I just took pictures. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? Yeah, they were so cool looking. I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. RIP disposable income. I'm going to France and ask! You could just say that you don't know. Can't find anything out of place. Wait a minute. What's this? So this carbonated water was the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. Don't drink that water! You can't do that, Ryunosuke. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Ah, you never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Hmm? Is that the only thing? Is those the only things I can look at? Oh. That's all that. For some reason I thought the bottle was empty, but actually it's like half filled. It's just hard to see. actually, while we were there, there was a fellow con goer there who had a cockatiel on a safety harness on their shoulder. And he was so cute. He's just a little baby. And he let me give him scritches.
What's this? The bottle of water?
Yeah.
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. La poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order, order, order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only person who could possibly have done it. He's right, there is only person who could possibly... He means only one person. The editor forgot a word. Jezaille Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may.
I will silence you forever for this
I forgot she had that. It is you who should be silent. Of course.
Dear lady! Ojo-sama!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble of apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not?
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What?
Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No! No! Ow! Ugh!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for.
Well then,
We're done for.
the court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma.
Oh. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I've nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Hold it! A new voice enters the chat. Please wait. Huh? Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba?
Yeah, she outran that bullet train.
In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
To be continued? I see. Well, that gives me a chance to look up what furoshiki means. Yes, I'll save my current progress. Furoshiki. Oops. No, literally just a cloth wrap. No. Well, I'm fine to keep going. "1:14 p.m. Still in... It's a type of cloth. Yeah, it's a type of cloth wrapping that you package things inside. Is what Jisho.org is telling me.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant! And a woman, no less. Oh, shut up. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
I think that was an actual rule too in historical Japan.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is it, a report about something?
Written in English. It's Jezaille Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed his paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Yeah, they haven't invented those televisions yet. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
You'll find out soon, Ryunosuke. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. All right, settle down. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck. Yokorose.
You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
Well, hold on first, we gotta read. Synopsis. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics. The effects include instant paralysis of the entire body and the subsequent death even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Interesting. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
Hell yeah! I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. To you? Skill issue.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Yes! Hey!
Miss Jezaille Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at the Umeå University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Well, not instant.
But God, I bet you people who've suffered curare death might have wished it was.
Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done?
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist?
In our country?
Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never be able to identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What? Correct!
Order, order, order!
Excuse me.
Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Well, close enough. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery!
Oh boy. That's a word that has aged.
To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way round?
It turnabouted. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Yeah, you were going to say it's mentioned paralysis. Yeah, it actually says so in here as well. Yeah, instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death.
Hello again, Overstack. You just had breakfast? Yum yum.
Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible!
What'd you miss? Oh, we just figured out that, someone used curare to, poison the doctor, Wilson.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed.
So I was right when I said poison. You were right, yeah.
But I don't follow, Kazuma.
That's just paralysis.
I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration.
Breathing.
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense!
If I may.
All these facts. Oh, you think you're so clever?
It is you who must be taught.
Of course! My dear lady! Ojo-sama!
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
All right, settle down. What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
All right, settle down.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling's mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan it's just breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh no, I remember this.
Well, yes, I don't see why not?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
This lady has an attitude problem.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, and these foolish courtroom antics. Oh, it's laughable, really.
Gah!
But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end.
Hey, Brett. It's bored with. Elegant language, my ass.
Cheers!
But wait, what are you doing?
She's trying to fuck you up. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. She's trying to undermine you. Don't let her do it. Don't fall for it.
Elegant language, my ass, Iska 2025.
Well, Brett did say earlier that she reckoned the English language was the Queen's English was the most elegant language in the world.
Yes, you were there.
Some of you in chat weren't there, so I was just giving extra context. Goodness. Whatever's the matter?
English is 4 other languages in a trench coat. Yep. And they've all swapped clothes as well. Which doesn't help.
Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean? Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Stupid.
British English is funny. It is.
Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given.
Ugh.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. Ooh. I just realized what time it is. So how did she?
One moment, I'm gonna get my lamp in order. Shouldn't take a moment. Let's just grab another phone lamp torch so that my camera has something it can see. There we go. That should do it.
How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
Well,
I don't understand it.
I do. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water.
does contain poison.
The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? Baka! There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw!
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right.
Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
Carbon dioxide?
No, actually, it's a different thing. It's a different aspect. I'll just say that.
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
Very well, if the defense truly intends to insert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Well, the report, of course.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
We're getting to that. Be patient. Stay, boy. No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report's utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel's trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Let me double check. Yes. I believe that's it. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
Yeah.
So we've been led to believe, yes?
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, counsel. No, that would be madness.
Unless... But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Yeah.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
In which case, that would make it a venom. What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research.
You knew Curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, it's alive! Rapscallion!
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out that swan is alive. What the hell? You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Wow, thanks. Really? Me? A lawyer? Suddenly Swan!
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. A book that you wrote. And you wrote this. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What? The hell kind of insult is that?
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish?
Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric sucus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah, that's where you're wrong, my dear.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order in court. Order! The logic holds. If the lady and professor both drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that. All right.
I love the fact that Hosanaga's still just standing there normally.
What is this welling up inside me? Could this be rage? Indignance? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Yeah! Woo! He said the thing! I don't think so, Mr. Jezaille Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Because he had dental surgery!
Take that!
Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. Yeah,
However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Yes, that's right.
A fatal difference.
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, ouchie. Like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. By all rights, she should be taken in for contempt. Willing destruction of evidence. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No!
What is it? What just happened?
It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court? What a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. The glass she drank from? Well, we don't... Meiji era Japan did not have DNA anything. Although, you do make a salient point, that there would still be traces on the glass she drank out of. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle. Or not. The glass shards would too, yeah. Yeah, but the only issue is that they did make it clear that Japan currently, Japan at their time, does not have a test for curare. You. And let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. So ultimately, how does the bottle breaking actually impact this?
That is a great question. Honestly, I never even thought about like
what is the point of her doing that? Aside from like delaying the investigation into the poison. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. And they couldn't test for the poison without waiting for foreign means, yeah. In which time she would be able to probably get away, I guess.
what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
She'd be immune at that point due to diplomatic reasons, most likely. Probably that too, if she thingied. Although... oh, yeah. In which case, she would probably have to be deported back to Britain. In which case, on a boat, which would take months at a time to get to, she'd have every opportunity to flee to somewhere else.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? Like, this should would this even be grounds for, like, a mistrial? Is also a thing that I thought about. We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene!
How terribly unbecoming of an English gentle lady.
Ryunosuke,
Yes!
we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head? In my head? In my head? Zombie? Zombie.
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Brain surgery time! Alright, Ryunosuke, time for the lobotomy! As soon as you said zombie, I knew! I could not help myself.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Just don't think about the swan. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color.
Blood!
Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
Yeah.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something.
Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke?
Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. All right, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... It's there. There it is.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
Absolutely.
I wonder, therefore, if, perhaps, you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute!
Shut up!
Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, it was a spattering of blood.
I'm gonna try something.
I want to double check something. Yep.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. I thought so, yep.
Take a good look at this photograph and the relative position of everything there.
The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim.
And also, something else I would like to point out. If I just bring up the picture-in-picture here. The photograph, if it was actually accurate, should have had a spattering of that on the thing. And they could have pretended to be like, oh, it's just like sauce or like something. But in the actual photograph, there's not a thing there. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! They missed that in the photo to deceive us! Or they forgot. Maybe. Who knows?
Yes, for blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezaille Brett.
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Yay! Oh!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to.
Oh.
Inspector?
You mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating.
Oh, that's right.
I took the steak that you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. I love this dude.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Inspector, the court wishes to examine that plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir!
Steak!
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure.
No blood. Also, it looks like the steak has been just chomped right through. No blood anywhere. But, no, that's impossible! Ow! Ugh. Not cut. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. And also, that steak looks a little different to the one that Hosonaga just presented us. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Ah! You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ma'am, you were in a court of Imperial Japan, among Japanese. Oh, you have some gall. Ah! I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, ouchie, she's not gonna fuck you. Oh my god!
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Thanks. You've just given us our in.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost.
Hold on now. Let's take a look at that steak. Ooh! Huh? What in the world is this?
I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe.
The missing Hoei Koban! No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban?
Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban.
Yeah! The old merchant guy. He was looking for one of those.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bouillon.
And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Yahoy!
Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
Don't stop. Believe in myself, really? Yeah. Hold on to that feeling. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Oh wait, I've already done so. I'm very clever.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary.
Oopsie.
Does the defense have any objection?
That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I'm the clue. It's true, Elvis Tech. You are the clue. I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found?
Here? I think it's a Koban coin. That discussion we had earlier already. The bullion in the bouillon. Here we are.
I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable.
It's well marinated in the juices as well, look.
What, are you thinking of eating it?
No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I don't think that's a thing that restaurants do.
I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke.
A Koban coin underneath this steak. Oh, yeah.
Got it!
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
Ah! Koban? What on earth?
A Hoei era one at that.
Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoye Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now.
Well, put a pin in that.
He's right, it can't be a coincidence.
Your Excellency,
Yes, Counsel.
a rare Hoye Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Curio Correcta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasate, Curio Correcta-san. Curie... as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. No, that's Cucumber.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Actually, what is the word for cucumber, aside from the loan word?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, it actually is Cutie. So in other words, Curio's name could reasonably mean Cucumber Man. Man of cucumbers.
I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed! That Hoyer Koban, my prized coin!
Then this Hoye Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No! Please, why would Correcta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Hi! Correct! Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
All right, Judge. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. Pair and a half. But I have a hunch. A strong hunch. That if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, which reminds me I should stretch my back a little, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Yeah. Leaving my controller on my legs. Baby boy! Stretch and hydrate, yes. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby idol? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were. Like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness.
Sir, you don't need to bring the wakizashi out. I promise.
I rent cash.
Actually, is that a...
Rent cash from this courtroom itself. Myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique.
Is it a wakizashi or is it a... Oh. Is that the blade... Actually, is that the blade that people use for seppuku? I wonder.
Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this rusty shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Corrector-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rust Day memory serves, have you ever seen this koban?
Ah! Ooh! Oh my goodness! I hope that landed between the guy's toes.
That's it, that's the one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! They're a splendiferous hoary treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be!
It can be. It is be. As I thought.
Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery!
Maybe a tanto? Yeah, that might... maybe that's it. Because I was trying to think of the words. Because I remember Nanto, I remember Dainanto, and Katana and Wakizashi. I just couldn't remember Tanto.
Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Is that a thing?
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Tanto. Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my hoey treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Unconscionable! Even... unconscionable!
I have a clue.
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yes. Of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Oh yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnaval is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it?
Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about the master thief part, but... the identity of the person who stole and hid Corrector-san's Koban is all too clear. What?
What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is this despicable scoundrel that stole Correcta-san's koban and hid it under the stake?
It was the man he was trying to sell things to, Mr. Yasanosa.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa?
What? How? How dare you! You monster!
Monster? Bucky? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the mastermind behind all this! It was the baby! You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Ah! Oh! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes?
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'd believe it, the state of that steak. And your target that day was the old man and his koban.
The small details, yep. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Ah, a veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang!
Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double.
What are the odds that Nosa is a single father?
I'd say it's highly likely.
I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Have we all let that sink in? It's been waiting at the door.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett,
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us.
I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
All right. Ow! May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. She's still not gonna fuck you, dude. Calm down.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Except, of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Come on. Y'all can figure it out too.
Nonsense, is it?
Well, oof. Oof! And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Actually, you know what? That's just a fine dinner. That's just a fine evening. There's lots of foods you eat with just your hands. And sometimes you don't want to bother with cutlery. Just pick up the steak and... absolutely fuck up a steak that way. Just do it.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her.
Oh, really?
Miss Brett, you're free to leave.
Hang on, Judge. Hang on, Judge. Hang on. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Judge, we just established that steak was not her steak.
And good day. Are you seeing this shit right now? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just...
Hi, how's the luring going? Luring's going pretty okay. Welcome to my chat, Lorneko. Hope you have a good time.
It's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Oh, hello, Hex Speedruns. Welcome to my chat. Hope you have a good time.
Wait, Miss Brett. You always like Kazuma's headband billowing? Yeah, I love that it's billowing, and there doesn't even seem to be a breeze. But it just does that.
What is it now?
Oh. If anyone can hear that, that is a dog in the neighborhood going off at something. Some plovers, maybe. No, not plovers, curlews. I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. Oh my goodness. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? I've already forgotten.
Thank goodness for these. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Yes. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. Pure madness, even.
Which I beg to differ. But whatever. A lady can be wrong. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Bread's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
Play steak!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Or perhaps too natural, even?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
The natural savage way, yes. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
And take a good look at this steak! In particular on the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. He just fucked up so hard. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. Meanwhile, I picked up on the fact that it was not her steak just by the fact that she had nothing to do with the Koban coin thing. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point?
The Koban coin thing it should have been the clincher, you're right. Ooh. New animation.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Assuming you're telling the truth about that.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! Ojo-sama!
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. For once. Now at last, it's all come together. Oh yeah, it's coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. Or perhaps too natural. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? That tells us.
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Out of context, it just sounds like, even in context, it does sound wild. But I love the idea of this steak will prove who shot this person.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. All right, lady, settle down. God. You don't have to bring their nationality into it. God.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple.
If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward?
Yeah. Do you think the writers knew when they wrote that line?
There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I want to say... I want to say it's Hosonaga.
Because we gotta see the other steak, right? Don't we?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it.
Yes.
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. Which the characters should have picked up on, honestly.
You'll watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
I'd never ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meat. Not without a good reason. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. What do you mean? It makes perfect sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yeah?
Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin, and she had no interest in the coin.
course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
There were 2 steaks! Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the 2 steaks over? Yeah.
You got it in one. You got it, Archie. You figured it out.
This series is full of morons. Oh, I know.
You did switch the plates?
It's hilarious, honestly.
Well, after it happened, the, bang! When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor San. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Hi. So Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes.
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you'd taken both.
Ah!
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? Oh, you're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir.
There it is. I can see it already.
Sorry for keeping you.
Not a worry at all.
Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
Gosh, she didn't even eat all of it. The bloodstain is clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Hi!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you could see on the side of the plate. Brett was carrying the bloody board and didn't even question it. I know. I know! Shows us that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Unless he thought, like, as he was carrying it to preserve it, he coughed at some point, coughed up blood, and thought that it was his own blood. I don't know.
It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jezaille Brett. It's you! Oh, her swan flopped over.
Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! Ka!
Or
Honk! Ah! Oh, baby! A ducky! A cygnet, rather. A little black one. Babies! Babies! Ah.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Yorushite kudasai.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time?
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you had decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
That's putting it lightly, madame.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takechi Alchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Alchi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Whoa!
A clean cut from
1,000 millennia may pass and still the Archie clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. From all the way across the... all the way from across the hall. Now is the hero going to ride off into the sunset? Yes. Sure, after getting us off. Yes. Yes. Curse the descendants to be bald forever. It's true. Well... just... To be clear... Hold on. Let's be clear. Naruhodo... Ryunosuke just got himself out. He got himself off with Kazuma's help. That's just the start of this. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. My sight's going blurry. I'm losing it. Yes. I believe that's how it went. Oh my god. I just saw stars. I lost my breath too much. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. I've got pins and needles. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to, and do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Not guilty! Hooray! Yippee!
Ouch, he's still in shock. He died. Well, he can't die. He's in the second game as well. He needs an ambulance. Where's the medic when you need one?
This court is now adjourned.
2:46 p.m. Enter Chamber 5.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. You finally got it off. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. Uh-huh. Yep. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. Well, your hard work has certainly paid off.
No. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Yaoi is the cornerstone of Ace Attorney. Don't I know it? Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know?
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! Domo arigatou gozaimasu! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo. You did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. For now. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. I don't know, the one British person we met seemed to be pretty racist. I know. Surely she must be an exception, an outlier of sorts. She was just racist George, who was an outlier and should not have been counted. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And sometimes it turns blue when there are enemies around. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Jezaille Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Jezaille Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not?
It's a matter of
Consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must
But what's this? All this about consular jurisdiction?
We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan.
What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right.
Then, so long as this isn't a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan.
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it.
The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this a case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. Vroom.
Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink.
But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun.
In that case, might I suggest the carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
Hell yeah!
But you're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? I still have to give my 2 weeks. Let's not worry about the details for now. To la carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
Yo, Alan Nix! What's good? We just got Ryunosuke found not guilty is what happened. Choosing my words carefully. How my boss? I'm doing okay now. This has been a wild case, and it's only the start of the game. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yes, thank you.
Very wild case, indeed.
For all the reasons, yes. every reason.
So, Jezaille Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma?
Yes, Ryunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
But you helped. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Oh, come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
Knowledge of the law?
No.
The ability to believe.
Honestly, most people who go into police work don't know most of the law.
To believe? To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but she never stopped believing in me.
Well,
You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me.
Thanks, Kazuma.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
It sounds serious. What's...
Ah, you're still here, are you?
We were having a moment, sir. Inspector Hosonaga.
I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go.
Thank you. We'll be right there.
Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget.
Ah, yes, that too.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
End. Yes, save! Hooray! We did it! The adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Oh my goodness. Well, that'll have to wait for next Saturday. Of course.
It is definitely one of the episodes ever. We're gonna meet someone very special next week. Someone very, very special. If you know, you know. And if you don't, Franziska? Unfortunately, no, it's not Franziska. Could you imagine, though?
Oh, sad face. It's okay. The man, the myth, the legend.
We will shall see him next week.
Should be fun. But until then, take care of yourselves, and hopefully I get to stream on Monday, in which I play the rest of Chapter 2 of Deltarune. I'm gonna be a big shot, or I'll try to be, maybe. Good night, everyone. Have a good time zone, wherever you are. Good night. I'm glad you were all here to witness this. See ya.